Good evening / morning, everyone. What am I hearing? I gotta turn this down some. You are looking at a live shot of Khan Yunis, Gaza, where Israel, I believe within the hour, is supposed to return. Hamas is supposed to return 4 bodies of hostages to Israel, including 3 members of the Bibas family, the mother and 2 children from the Bibas family, who, these would all be dead hostages. 4 of them being returned. You can see it's raining there now. 4 of them being returned, and again, 3 of them are Sheri Bibas and Ariel and Kfir Bibas, her children. Ariel and Kfir Bibas were 4 years and 9 months old when their family was taken hostage on October 7th, 2023. The father, Yarden Bibas, was released on February 1st. He is alive, but the mother and the 2 children are apparently dead. And we are looking at a live footage. Ooh, let me show you this other shot here. I got 2 shots of what's going on there in Khan Yunis. So we are bringing you live coverage. You know what I should do? Well, maybe just for simplicity's sake, I'll just keep going back and forth. Because I might lose one of them. You can see Hamas fighters there with the guns and the green headbands. So I appreciate you being here for this broadcast. This is part of the larger hostage exchange, hostages for prisoners, that is part of the first phase of the ceasefire between Hamas and Gaza. It is in Hamas and Israel and Gaza. The fourth, I'm going to show you pictures here, actually, if you give me a second. This is from Associated Press. Hamas to return 4 Israeli bodies, including a mother and her 2 young children. That is Sheri Bibas. That's Sheri Bibas, who has been killed. That is Ariel Bibas, who was 4 years old when he was taken hostage. I'm not sure. My guess is that might be Kfir, but I'm not positive. And this is Oded Lifshitz, who is the 4th hostages to be returned today. He's the 4th body. He was 83 when he was taken hostage. Oded Lifshitz. So he is dead as well. He's going to be returned today as well. Oops, hold on a second. Oh, and here is Kfir Bibas as well. That's Kfir Bibas right there. So again, we are waiting for the return of these 4 hostages. And the Bibas family was among the most well-known of the hostages. And there was hope that they might be alive, but it turns out that only the father is alive, not the wife and the children. And they are to be returned today. And from what Manny Fabian reported, that the return was supposed to be around 9 a.m. local time in about 47 minutes. You can see the Hamas fighters lined up in the front there. Hamas claims that the 3 members of the Bibas family were killed in an Israeli airstrike early in the war. I don't believe Israel has confirmed that, but that is what Hamas says. Prime Minister Netanyahu said today, according to AP, the heart of an entire nation breaks. Talking about Israel. AP says Israelis have celebrated the return of 24 living hostages in recent weeks under a tenuous ceasefire that paused over 15 months of war, but the handover today will provide a grim reminder of those who died in captivity as the talks leading up to the truce dragged on for over a year. Kfir Bibas, says AP, was just 9 months old when militants stormed into the family's home on October 7, 2023. His brother was 4. Ariel was 4. Video shot that day showed a terrified Sheri Bibas, the mother, swaddling the 2 boys as militants led them into Gaza. Her husband was taken away separately, and he was released on February 1st after 16 months in captivity. Relatives in Israel had been clinging to hope. The Bibas family said yesterday, Wednesday, that it would wait for the identification procedures before acknowledging their loved ones were dead. Oded Lifshitz, who was taken when he was 83, was abducted from kibbutz near Oz, along with his wife. His wife was freed during a week-long ceasefire in November of 2023. Oded Lifshitz was a journalist who campaigned for the recognition of Palestinian rights and peace between Arabs and Jews. A little more background here. AP reports that Hamas is set to free 6 living hostages on Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And Hamas says it will release 4 more bodies next week, which would complete the ceasefire's first phase. That would leave about 60 hostages in Gaza, all around 60 hostages, all men, around half of who are believed to be dead. So again, after next week, when the first phase is over, there will be around 60 hostages in Gaza, all men, about half of whom who are believed to be dead. Hamas has said it will not release those remaining hostages without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. Prime Minister Netanyahu, with the full backing of the Trump administration, says he is committed to destroying Hamas's military and governing capacities and returning all the hostages, goals widely seen as mutually exclusive, because presumably Hamas will not want to give up the hostages if it thinks Israel just is going to destroy its military and governing capacities. Hamas could be reluctant to free more hostages if it believes the war will resume with the goal of annihilating Hamas or forcibly transferring Gaza's population out of Gaza, which is something U.S. President Trump has said he wants to happen. Oh, look at this picture from AFP. That's some AFP video right there. You can see they have this area set up surrounded by Hamas forces. I want to say thanks to, I'm going to take some comments on the air. I want to say thanks to our members, our moderators. Thanks to our members too. Thanks to our moderators over on YouTube. Havasu Mom and Ruth Krafasi are there right now. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry and Misha moderate for us on X. Over there on Facebook, Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body are moderating. And on Twitch we have Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you, Matthew, for moderating. Also, thank you to Ermi T for the gift memberships. Reuters says this is Khan Yunis. Well, it's the same area on both. I believe it's the same area on both broadcasts. This is the AFP feed. But Reuters said we are looking at on their shot, which again I believe is the same. That's the Reuters shot right there. But I believe it's the same shot. Reuters says it's Khan Yunis view. Actually, hold on. Gazans gather in Khan Yunis. That's where I believe this is. Let me make sure. Yes, Khan Yunis. That is also, AFP says it's Khan Yunis as well. And again, it is 8:19 a.m. local time, and the reporting I saw from Manny Fabian said the handover is expected around 9 a.m. Why are they making a circle? So one thing they're doing is, Hamas has made like a little production out of these recent hostage handovers. They have had a number of cameras there. They will... I know they've had several of them where they have like a podium and they'll have the hostages who are being freed, or because they've been living so far the last few times, get up in front of people and kind of make a political video statement out of the whole thing. So I would assume they're going to do some kind of video, either live and or recorded video here for their followers and for the world. Also, though, another reason to have the round area is for security considerations. The first hostage handover of this ceasefire, which was a few weeks ago, I think it was really a mess. You had the hostages getting out of the Hamas vehicles and being transported to Red Cross vehicles. And there were just people all around them. It was just a giant, unruly, it looked like an uncontrolled crowd. And these hostages had to be kind of pushed through this crowd to get to the Red Cross cars. And so after that, it seems like Hamas has stepped up the security and avoided that kind of situation. So that would be another reason, I would assume, that they have this area, blocked off, is they're trying to not have a situation like the first handover of this ceasefire a few weeks ago. Saxa says, which ones are Hamas and which ones are civilians? So I can't speak for every person there, but the overtly Hamas fighters are the ones with the guns and the green headbands. I'll go back to the other shot for a second. And then I think we'll have footage when they come back into Israel. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I have something else here. Hang on. AFP says Hamas is due to hand over the bodies of 4 hostages today, including those of the Bibas family, who have become symbols of the hostage crisis that has gripped Israel since the Gaza war broke out. This is very interesting. I was wondering about this. The transfer of bodies is the first such handover of remains by Hamas since the October 7th attack. There have been hostage handovers, living hostages. There have not been return. This will be the first return of bodies, the first return of remains by Hamas. I think Israel has found remains on their own. There is a stage there, you can see, a Hamas stage with, I'm sure, some propaganda-esque slogans on it, political slogans on the left, right, and bottom. But this is the first time Hamas will be returning remains to Israel. Footage of the abduction of the Bibas family, filmed and broadcast by Hamas militants during their attack on Israel, showed the mother and her sons Ariel, then 4, and Kfir, then 9 months old, being seized from their home near the Gaza border. Yarden Bibas, the father, was abducted separately on October 7th and was released this February 1st. But the mother and the 2 children, Sheri and the 2 children, apparently have not survived, and their bodies will be returned today. So far, in the first stage of the ceasefire, 19 Israeli hostages have been released by militants so far in exchange for more than 1,100 Palestinian prisoners in a series of Red Cross-mediated swaps, says AFP. Of the 14 remaining hostages in Gaza eligible for release under Phase 1, Israel says 8 are dead. And I believe the six living hostages in the first phase scheduled to be returned, I think are supposed to be released on Saturday, if I have that right. Isn't that what the other article said? I think it did. Yes, 6 living hostages are set to be free on Saturday. The Bibas family members, says AFP, have become national symbols of the hostage ordeal, encapsulating the despair that has gripped Israel since the Hamas attack. While their deaths are largely accepted as fact abroad, after Hamas said they were killed in an Israeli airstrike early in the war, Israel has never confirmed the claim, and many remain unconvinced, including the Bibas family. Late on Wednesday night, the Israeli campaign group, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, said it had been informed about the heart-shattering news of the deaths of the 3 Bibas family members. Our viewer Mike J says nobody knows who killed them. No. Hamas says they were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza, but we don't know if that's true. GK thinks they were dead the whole time. Cy Freeman says, why did they need a stage for this? Hamas recently has used these handovers to make political statements. So this is, you can see the PA system. I'm guessing they will have cameras there, and they have done this for other recent hostage releases. Drury said husband confirmed in a recent video on X. I did not see that. T95 says the poster on the right says the prisoners were in coffins? I don't know if, like, my phone, if I point it at the screen, can translate any of that. It's kind of small. Let me just do a quick thing here. Holding up my phone to the screen. It says family in coffins, something on the right. But I'm not able to translate the whole thing. Thank you, by the way, to Uncle Lester Cam Right now, it is Thursday in Gaza at Thursday in Israel and Gaza, and it is 8:29 a.m. there. 8:29 a.m. Thursday. Thank you, Uncle Lester Cam. Also, Jennifer Gilly and Captain Jerry Donnelly. Uncle Lester Camp says, I don't understand how all these people got off work for this. Well, in Gaza, I don't know how many people are working in Gaza these days. I mean, the country has been, not the territory has been largely destroyed by the war. So I'm assuming many, maybe most people are just not working. But I don't know. It's a good question, but again, I don't have to tell you, I don't think most of you, how destructive this conflict has been for Gaza. Yes, one of our viewers said they're surrounded by rubble in the shot. Actually, up there, you could see at the top there some of the buildings, but now it's zooming in. Expecting the handover in about 30 minutes. Reuters says that the Sheri Bibas, the mother, and the two children, Ariel and baby Kfir, who are supposed to be returned. There's a guy holding like some sort of like shoulder-fired rocket or missile weapon or something there. See that right there? Something like that right here. Reuters says that the Bibas mother and two children were taken on October 7th, kidnapped from their kibbutz near Oz. 1 in 4 kibbutz members from that kibbutz was either killed or kidnapped that day. Images of a terrified Sheri Bibas surrounded by gunmen and clutching her two children circulated on social media within hours of the abduction. Israel has said it is unable to verify. Israel has said it was unable to verify the claim by Hamas that the Bibas mother and two children were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Also, Reuters says that a year ago, the Israeli military recovered CCTV video of Sheri Bibas and her two children alive in Gaza on the day of their abduction, and in the months that followed said only there was serious concern for their lives. BC Angel says, please let them be wrong and set them free. Well, everything we have heard leading up to this is that there will be 4 hostage bodies returned. And also this hostage organization in Israel said they got word last night that the bodies would include the mother and 2 Bibas children. You can see they have like a stage and people standing up. I don't know if that's risers or just like a little hill there. They're like standing in a house. A kibbutz is like a community where people live in the same area. Janice says they've lied before about hostages being dead. This just seems like, you know, all the reporting says that the Bibas mother and children are not alive, and they are going to be among these 4 people. And as I mentioned earlier, it is widely believed that they will be among them. It would be a shock if they were not. And I believe Hamas said, yeah, that it's going to return the bodies. So something would have to be just really shocking. Hamas said it, but also is widely believed in Israel. In some of the articles I read, you mentioned that Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, talked about what a day of grief this would be in Israel, because it's expected that the Bibas family bodies would be returned. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I'm also looking at an AP article that says Israel confirms 4 dead hostages who will be returned from Gaza include young family. An Israeli official said yesterday that the remains of the Bibas, 3 family members of the Bibas family, will be will be among the bodies returned today. That's from Associated Press. As AP says, it was the first Israeli confirmation that the bodies of Ariel and Kfir Bibas, who were 4 years and 9 months old when they were taken captive with their mother on October 7, 2023, are being returned. A grassroots forum representing hostage families also confirmed the names. The fate of the Bibas mother and son boys was unclear for much of the war. Oded Lifshitz is the 4th body to be returned today. He was 83 years old when taken captive. His wife was also taken captive, but she has been released. She was released in late 2023. Here's a picture of Sheri Bibas. She is no longer alive. She's supposed to be returned today, the mother. That's from AP. And here is Ariel Bibas. He was 4 years old when he was taken hostage. There is Kfir Bibas, who was taken hostage at 9 months old. His body is supposed to be returned. And there is Oded Lifshitz, who was taken hostage at 83 years old. His body is to be returned as well. Condolences to all their families and those close to them. The father, I believe, was released February 1st. That's what I thought was the case. Let me confirm that if I can. Yarden Bibas. Yeah, Yarden Bibas was released on February 1st. the Father. Thank you to Gringo, our member, and Jackie Morgan, our member, and AJ Kraus for the memberships. Thank you, AJ. We are here bringing you live coverage. Also, thank you to Benjamin Moss. Thank you, Benjamin Moss. We are here to bring you live coverage. We have two different cameras. We're using the AFP cam and the Reuters cam. You can see destroyed buildings in Gaza right there. This is Khan Yunis in Gaza. Khan Yunis, which is in southern Gaza. You are seeing the flag of Palestine, the green, white, black stripes with the red triangle on it. The green flags you are seeing, I believe, are the flags of the Al-Qassam brigades, which is the Hamas military wing. I believe. Yes, the Al-Qassam brigades is the military wing of Hamas. And the green flag, I believe you're seeing, is their flag. I believe also that 19 minutes from now is when the handover is supposed to be, around 9 a.m. local time. 9 a.m. local time, which would be in about 19 minutes. Let's see if I have any updates here for you. Okay, Itay Blumenthal, who is an Israeli reporter, reports that the Red Cross is right now making their way to this meeting point. The Red Cross is making their way to the meeting point. I-24 News English says the Red Cross is in Khan Yunis right now. Checking some other sources here. Our viewer, Karen Moore, asked about the background noise. I think you're hearing a combination of the people there, maybe some recorded music or prayer music or whatever it is, and people, we've heard what appears to be people speaking too, so it's kind of a mix of all those things. So Michael Horowitz, who I follow, who's a security analyst, he took a close-up picture of one of the signs on the stage. There's a stage there where I assume they're going to make some kind of presentation on the stage. They have been making kind of shows with a political message out of these recent hostage exchanges or hostage returns Hamas has. So one of the signs says the return of war equals the return of your prisoners in coffins. The return of war equals the return of your prisoners in coffins. And it's written on 3 different lines. I'll show it. It's written in, I believe, Arabic, Hebrew, and English. So the idea is is a message that, hey, if you start attacking us again in Gaza, your hostages are going to come back in coffins. There's about 30 or so, I guess at this point, I think around 36 are there living hostages and around 30 dead hostages remaining. But Michael Horowitz posted that. I'll show you, I'm guessing a little later we'll see a close-up shot of that sign. Flant Lapidus says that was the sign on the left. The sign shows, it looks like it's a Hamas fighter whose legs are roots going into the ground, symbolizing that they will not be evacuated, they will not be transferred out of Gaza. I'm sure when they show the stage again, we'll see it. But this should be pretty soon. Tiff says they won't be uprooted. Are there still other children left as hostages? Sea Turtle asked. I'm not aware of that. I'm not sure. I don't believe so, actually, because I believe after the 6 living hostages on Saturday and the 4 bodies next week, which I don't believe include any children, all of the rest of the hostages, living and dead, are adult males. So I think these are the only children remaining. I think. Six living hostages are supposed to be returned Saturday. Then I believe 4 more bodies next week, and that would be the end of phase 1, leaving roughly 60 male adult hostages in Gaza, about half of whom are believed to be alive. But the negotiations have, I don't know that negotiations have even begun for phase 2, but they're certainly not finished. Israel and Gaza are going to have to get into, Israel and Hamas are going to have to get into some sort of agreement about what happens to Gaza in the future. What is Hamas's role or lack of role there? That is not something they have agreed on. So all they've agreed so far on is the first phase, and the first phase is almost over. I'm hearing something in English.
The reason the last apartheid system had occupying power on earth. The reaction, a bunch of noble freedom fighters who are fighting their fair war for their just case.
According to the New York Times, the second phase is supposed to end the war, free the remaining living hostages, and ensure a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza.
to the last penny. Then, after all that kinds of support, it continues to fail its soldiers and citizens, and getting debunked and exposed day by day, leaving their people behind in doubt and uncertainty after they've lost confidence in their army, which I call the art of failure. Our enemy is proudly the masters of that art. Let that sink.
Quick thank to Nikos Kostianis. Nico says it's sad. He thinks it's sad they have to put on a show so they don't look weak in front of the men and male children watching.
And barefooted, without a single shield in support, fighting to the last bullet and breath with our used and rusty second-hand AK-47s. And all it takes is a little bit more patience. That I call the art of patience. We are humbly the masters of that art. But you, what about you? Not only witnessing in your days the last occupation on earth, the most brutal one, but also the one that escaped from us in the battlefield since October the 7th up till the last day, targeting innocent civilians in terms of revenge, not self-defense, committing the worst mass killings, collective punishment, and genocide of modern history. And now threatening to displace us and drive us out of our homeland in a clear crime of ethnic cleansing with the help of the great criminal of the world, the USA.
So multiple Israeli sources are saying that the Red Cross is on their way to the Red Cross vehicles are on their way to this meeting point right now.
And I'm so sorry to say that, the masters of that art. And to Trump, the unleashed bull of Israel West with his bullshit plan. Do you really think a boy who had attacked a tank barefooted with his detonator in the spot IED will leave his homeland because of fear? What do you think might frighten us? Death. We've made very good friends with death lately, equally receiving and delivering it. You might want to think twice before you say anything. I mean, have you bothered yourself and scrolled down the videos of our operations against the Israeli dummy that you call army? So you can know what kind of people, tough people, resilient people that you're trying to attack. How about you go kiss the statue of liberty's ass? You think we leave our homeland?
So you can hear the speaker who's speaking in English, which my guess is that's targeted at a Western audience, saying to Trump that the people there are not going to leave Gaza. Trump has said he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza and for the residents, the 2 million residents of Gaza, to leave there. So, all right, so the Red Cross is on their way. Soon the Red Cross convoy will show up to receive the bodies. Thanks to our member Mo. I want to thank and Grumpy Granny. Also, I want to thank our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being here. Ruth Krafasi, Havasu Mom over there on YouTube, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, thank you. On Twitch, Matthew Kohai is there. And also thank you, Yay for you for subscribing on Twitch, by the way, and Barbarossa 2030 for subscribing. Also thanks Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley for being over there on Facebook and modding right now. And again, this is the first time since the October 7th attack that Hamas is returning remains. This is the first time they are returning. Look, there's a rainbow. There's a rainbow. Wow. It did rain there before. You can see the rainbow. This is the first time that Hamas is returning remains of hostages to Israel since October 7th. And among the 4 hostages returned today will be 3 members of the Bibas family, Sheri Bibas, the mom, and the 2 children, Kfir and Ariel Bibas. And they are all dead, according to everything we're hearing, and they are going to be returned today. And they are some of the most famous hostages, the Bibas family. The father, who was kidnapped separately, has been returned, and he is alive. But the mother and the 2 children, sadly, are gone. The 2 children were 4 years old and 9 months old when they were taken hostage. Hamas claims that the Bibas family was killed in an Israeli strike early in the war. That has not been confirmed by Israel. So those are 3 of the 4 bodies will be of the Bibas family, and the 4th will be belongs to Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 years old when he was taken hostage along with his wife. His wife has been freed, but Oded Lifshitz, unfortunately, did not make it, and he is dead, and he will be returned today.
استكمالا للمواقع التي جازها جنود اخوتنا، ومن المواقع المهمة التي تفاجأ العدو بوصول مجاهدين إليها هو موقع أورين الاستخباري 8200، والذي يبعد ما يزيد عن 25 كيلومتر عن السراج الفاصل.
Now, hold on. Are the Red Cross there yet? I don't see them yet.
تشكل العملية ضربة قوية لاستخبارات العدو، وشكل السيطرة على الموقع ضربة لمنظومة القيادة والسيطرة لدى الجيش خلال الأيام الأولى من المعركة.
Soon the Red Cross vehicles should be getting there. Again, very soon we should see the Red Cross vehicles getting there. Thank you to Beach Lover and Bill Evans, who calls it a macabre display of pure evil. Give me a second here. Oops, hold on. So this is scheduled to happen in just the next few minutes. Again, this has been the way Hamas does it the last few weeks with these hostage releases. They've been making like a presentation out of the whole thing with political messaging. And as I said before, I think we're going to have, I think we might have video of them coming back into Israel. Give me one moment here. I'm checking some different sources to see if any updates here. Oh, wiping the camera off. There you go. Veronica W. asked about the condition of the bodies. I don't know anything about the condition of the bodies of the remains. No idea. Shahab News Agency, which is an Arabic language news outlet, has posted a press statement that was apparently released by Hamas. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I will mention some of it here. If I have a chance here. The Hamas statement, according to Shahab News Agency, says, well, hold on a second. That is not in English. The statement claims that Israel killed these prisoners by bombing their places of detention, and that Israel bears full responsibility.
استمرت المواجهة مع العدو على مدار المعركة الدفاعية حيث سطر المجاهدون أروع ملامح البطولة والثبات. كانت حصيلة عمليات القسام فيها استهداف لا يزيد عن 115 دبابة بقذائف الياسين والعبوات المتنوعة.
According to Shahab News Agency, this statement newly issued by Hamas also says to the families of the Bibas and Lifshitz families. Remember, the three of the hostage bodies are of the Bibas family, the mother and the two sons, and the fourth body is to be of Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was kidnapped. So the Hamas statement, according to Shahab News Agency, says to the families of the Bibas, to the Bibas and Lifshitz families, we preferred your children to return to you alive, but the leaders of your army and your government chose to kill them instead of restoring them. You were a victim of leadership that did not care about her children, says Hamas. That's what Hamas says. According to Shahab News Agency. We are waiting for the Red Cross vehicles to get there. Apparently, they are near there. You can see in this other angle, they have that round central area set up right there. On the right side is a stage. On the right side is a stage there. Excuse me. Kfir Bibas, he was 9 months old when he was taken hostage, was the youngest captive taken that day, says Associated Press. AP says Israelis have celebrated the return of 24 living hostages in recent weeks under a tenuous ceasefire that paused over 15 months of war, but the handover today will provide a grim reminder of those who died in captivity as the talks leading up to the truce dragged on for over a year. Thank you to our member, Jen's Crunchy Vax. Thank you also, The Glen and Jason Carlton. The Glen says, how do you live next to such people? He is talking about Israel living next to Hamas. Thank you, Bill Evans. Bill believes that Israel has the best forensics on the planet and will know soon how they were killed. It's an interesting question. Hamas claims that they were killed early in the war by an Israeli airstrike. What will the Israeli team be able to figure out about how these hostages were killed? Well, but I meant Israel says that the Bibas family members were killed in an airstrike. Where is... AFP says that the National Forensic Medicine Institute in Tel Aviv has mobilized 10 doctors to expedite the identification process. Public broadcaster Khan News reported on Wednesday. The Bibas family members who have become national symbols of the hostage ordeal, says AFP, encapsulating the despair that has gripped the nation since the Hamas attack. While the deaths of the Bibas family members, the mother and 2 children, were largely accepted as fact abroad, says AFP, after Hamas said they were killed in an Israeli airstrike early in the war, Israel has never confirmed the claim, and many remain unconvinced, including the Bibas family. But late on Wednesday, the Israeli campaign group, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, said it had been informed about the heart-shattering news of the deaths of the 3 Bibas family members. Let me just show you again pictures of the 4 hostages to be returned today. There is Sheri Bibas, the mother, who was taken hostage. Ariel Bibas, who was 4 years old when he was taken hostage. Kfir Bibas, who was taken hostage at 9 months old, and that is Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 years old when he was taken hostage. Those are the 4 people to be returned today, no longer alive. No, I don't believe any of them were Americans. Just checking for any updates here. We're waiting for the Red Cross to show up. How many hostages are still being held? From the reporting that I've seen, there are around 74 hostages still held. After these 4, there will be about 74 left. Roughly half of those are believed to be alive. 6 living hostages and 4 dead hostages. 6 living hostages are set to be released Saturday, 4 dead hostages next week, and that will be the end of the first round of the ceasefire, the first stage of the ceasefire. In the next stage of the ceasefire, the remaining hostages are set to be released. If that stage actually happens, that would include around 60 adult male hostages, about half of whom are alive. Thank you, Cags and Bacon. Really, any time now, this should happen. We are just waiting for when it does happen. Seeing two different angles of the same place. AP says Hamas is set to free 6 living hostages on Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and says it will release 4 more bodies next week, completing the ceasefire's first phase. That will leave the militants with some 60 hostages, all men, around half of whom are believed to be dead. Hamas says it won't release the remaining captives without a lasting ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal. Netanyahu, with the full backing of the Trump administration, says he is committed to destroying Hamas's military and governing capacities and returning all the hostages, goals widely seen as mutually exclusive. Because why would Hamas want to return all the hostages if they thought Israel was just going to destroy Hamas? There is the stage there. Look, we're seeing the stage. On the right of the stage, that sign says, on the right there, it says, the return of war equals the return of your prisoners and coffins. Oh, look at, there's Netanyahu. So there is a shot of the stage. So the war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplane. So they literally have a picture of the 4 hostages, Sheri Bibas and her 2 children, and Oded Lifshitz. And on the right, you can see it's like a drawing of a Hamas fighter with his legs rooted into the ground. And it says in Arabic, I assume it says in Arabic, Hebrew, and English, the return of the war equals the return of your prisoners and coffins. So you can see just making a political statement out of this. Is that 4 coffins? I see 4 platforms. I don't believe the remains have been placed on them. I think, so that's a good question. I don't know that the remains are in those. Have they been sitting up there the whole time? I'm not sure. It could also be 4 places where they're going to put the remains. So that's a good question. I guess maybe they are coffins, but I don't know if they've brought the remains out. I'm not sure. It's a little confusing because I didn't see them bring them up there. Have they just been sitting there the whole time? Maybe they have been. Maybe they've been sitting there the whole time. Yes, as Kinsley points out, there's a picture on each of the coffins. Yeah, I didn't see those before. Well, I didn't really see close-up on the stage before. We didn't have a close-up. So maybe just those are just them and they've been sitting there. The Red Cross is coming. Look, breaking news. Breaking news. Hold on. Breaking news. There are the Red Cross live right there on the AFP shot. The Red Cross vehicles are approaching. You can see them on the AFP shot. Breaking news. So this is about to happen. They are about to hand over the bodies to the Red Cross. You can see those Red Cross vehicles driving up right now. You are seeing them approach live on the AFP camera. We have the AFP and Reuters cameras. Wow. There they come. Up, and we're about to see a close-up of the vehicles on the other shot. All right, well, now we're seeing some Hamas people drive in there. But let's look. Okay, look. We got the Hamas vehicle coming in, leading the other vehicles. Wow. There is the next. There's a Red Cross vehicle right there coming into the central area. Look at this. Wow. I'll turn it up more when they start speaking. So this is live coverage. The Red Cross convoy is showing up at the handover point in Khan Yunis, Gaza. It's like around 4 vehicles, maybe more. Four hostages being returned, 3 of them members of the Bibas family. Sheri Bibas, the mother, and sons Ariel and Kfir Bibas, who were 4 years old and 9 months old when they were kidnapped, taken hostage. The father was also taken hostage at a different location. He has been returned by Hamas to Israel on February 1st. But the mother and the 2 children apparently did not survive, and they are 3 of the 4 being handed over today. The 4th is Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was taken hostage. So the stage is on the right there. I believe we did see, as some of you pointed out, 4 coffins on the stage, closed coffins, and political messages on that stage. Why so many Red Cross vehicles? Maybe they'll put a different coffin in each vehicle, maybe. That's about the number that, I think, a similar number to the last release we covered, when I think 3 or 4 hostages were released alive. Lee R. says the wind blew the crazy message down. Did the wind blow down the picture with Netanyahu and the 4 hostages? The accusation that he was responsible for their deaths? I think that's what it said. We showed it. But again, we're waiting for the handover. We'll see what happens next. I would assume something's going to happen on that stage there. There's the Hamas truck with, there's the truck in the front with Hamas gunmen on it. That's in front of the convoy. Mike J says, who actually killed the hostages? We don't know. Hamas says they were killed in Israeli strikes. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe Israel will have a different conclusion once they've examined the bodies. I do not know. A lot of cameras out there. Some of that's probably international media, but Hamas. Oh, the Red Cross person. There's a Red Cross person who is being maybe walked over to the body. She is talking to the Hamas people. This is a close-up on the AFP cam. So there's a Red Cross representative talking to someone from Hamas, discussing how this is going to happen. There is the Hamas, there's the Red Cross convoy waiting. All right, they seem to have agreed on something. So she's getting back in her Red Cross vehicle. So now we're just waiting. I mean, the Red Cross representative has talked to Hamas, waiting to see what happens next. Does this have the music? Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing the Red Cross woman again. I just saw her. What's happening now? They're taking pictures of... I'm a little confused. Let's see here. That's the person from the Red Cross there again. Okay, so Red Cross person. Here comes a Red Cross person. There we go. Okay. All right. Now they're walking over to the stage. Now the stage is where the coffins are. Okay. Going up on the stage. There we go. 4 coffins. The 4 coffins right there. And she's gonna, I guess, sign. I bet she'll sign something. So they're gonna have some kind of signing, official signing over on the stage there. This is a close-up from AFP. Wow. There's another angle on the stage there with the political messages in the back of them. They just stamped it. He just stamped it, I guess. Stamped it again. He has a stamp. Stamping it again. Maybe a different document for each body. All right, so here's the vehicle. Now there's 4 coffins on the stage. There's 4 coffins on the stage with remains in them. And let's see what happens here, how they're going to do this. They just had their signature thing. Lori from Boston says they have done the stamp on all past releases. That's what Lori said. Thank you to Cags and Bacon and Brian Beelman and Ariel. And Nikos Kostianis. And thank you to all of our moderators as well as we bring you live coverage. Okay, the back doors are being opened. The back doors are now being opened of the vehicles, which you can see. So they are getting ready to take the remains. I'm going to assume they're going to put 1 coffin in each vehicle. What do they have? Maybe they have a special receptacle in the vehicle. See that black door there? Looks like maybe the black hat door is... Oh, are they putting it in now? I can't even see. Are they actually putting it in now? Hang on a second here. Steve C. says the black door looks fortified. Can we see anything more on this angle? I'm showing you the wide shot to see if we see anything brought over. Maybe they already put something in there, but it's hard to see. Oh, they had a screen up. So they brought a screen over. So I guess they had like, so to, you know, they have this screen so to keep the crowd from looking at it, I guess. See, they just have that white screen thing. trying to just get you as much as I can visually. I have both shots and I'm going back and forth. 2 screens, so they have a screen in front of each car, or maybe a screen on either side. Jeannie P. said, much more respectful than I anticipated. You know, I think Hamas released a statement shortly before the handover where I think they said something like they were going to be aware or respect the dignity of the fact that there were bodies being handed over or something. They said something like that in the statement that came out shortly before the handover. They've done this every release? Well, this isn't going to be the same. This is the first time they've handed over remains. I don't remember them having screens up when we covered a couple weeks ago a handover of several living hostages, and I don't remember screens being up. I mean, they had the hostages out in the open on a stage. All right, hold on a second. All right, there it comes right there. Look, there's one of the remains. There's one or two. I think that's 2 of them. No, it's 1. They are bringing it over right now in one of the coffins. They just brought it over. You just saw it right there. Again, you can't see inside it, but each coffin has a picture of one of the dead hostages on it. There's 4 of them. So they just brought one over, and they're putting it into one of the cars, I assume, right now. We already saw on the stage they had the 4.
لسه ما لسه فاضي ما كانوش اساسا تسليم تم تسليم تابوت نزل واحد بس لسه ما طيب ما جابوش لا.
Hang on a moment here.
والله متابع.
You can see a number of Hamas. There are a number of Hamas cameras out there. They have been, making productions out of these handovers in recent weeks. And then there's a stage with these political messages. You can see it says the war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles and warplanes. There's the 3 right there. You can see 3 coffins right there remaining. They've already transferred 1. So there's 3 remaining on the stage of the 4. It looks like we see 2 children and the mother. Am I right? I think maybe the one handed over was Oded Lifshitz, because I think we see the 2 children pictures on the right and the mother on the left. I think it's a little hard to say because it's so small, but I think that those are the 3 Bibas family remained. The 2 children and the old guy, are you sure? Because I'm looking at the pictures. The pictures to me seem to be on the front, the 2 children on the right and the mother on the left. Well, some of the viewers are saying they handed over the mother already. So maybe I'm just misidentifying the photos. I'm sorry if I did. Yeah, a number of the viewers are saying that the picture of the older man is on the left. I didn't see the picture. So the people who are saying they handed over the mother, how do you know they handed over the mother? How can you tell that? Did you see before where the mother was? Because I didn't see on the one they were handing over what the picture was. Again, our viewers are saying, a number of them, that the mother was handed over first, so that might have been what happened. I was just going off the pictures I could see, but I couldn't see them that well. Anyway, so a number of our viewers are saying that the mother was handed over first. I mean, it's not really a huge deal either way because they're all going to get handed over now. So now they're putting up the screens again. They have this whole procedure they're doing for each one of them. Now they have these screens up, but you know, they haven't had screens in front of the... They're putting the screens up next to the cars, but they've had the coffins on the stage for the last several hours. Okay, so now we're going to see the second one. The Hamas people have the second coffin. They are holding it right there. Is that one the one of the of Kfir, the baby? If you look, is that Kfir, the baby? Yes, a number of our viewers are saying it is. I'm just going off the photo on the front. So that might be Kfir, who was taken hostage when he was 9 months old. So that was the second one. Mike J says, what will reception be like in Israel? I imagine it's going to be quite somber. The Bibas family was one of the most prominent groups of hostages. And there was hope until recently in Israel that they were alive. Let me just show you an alternate angle here. There's an alternate angle. Oh, one of the viewers said the coffin is on a table. Are they taking pictures of the coffin like on a table? Did they put it on a table? I'm not sure. I don't know. But I saw them taking pictures. Well, if it was on a table, they got it off there kind of fast. Okay, so they're moving up another car. Carolyn B says, Israel not broadcasting. Yes, I had one of the articles I read said that Israel was not going to be playing this in the, I think it's called Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, like they had played the other ones. I don't know what the general availability is in this Israel. I mean, like, for example, CNN is showing it on international media. These are not like secret. These are feeds from AFP and Reuters, so it's being covered by international media. I don't know what the availability is in Israel and how many people in Israel are watching this part of it. That I cannot speak to. All right, so another Red Cross worker over there. All right, here comes the next one. Here is the next one right now. This is the third of the 4 coffins. I'm not sure. I assume maybe this is one of the children or the older man, Oded Lifshitz. I can't tell. But it's the third of the four. Some of our viewers are saying that is the older boy. That is Ariel Bibas, who was 4 years old when he was taken hostage. So a number of our viewers say it was Ariel. Now, obviously, this could have all been done faster, but there's a whole ceremony thing going on here. And as one of our viewers just pointed out, certainly a number of Hamas cameras recording all of this and maybe showing it live there. So one more coffin. Is the last coffin... My guess is that it's Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was taken hostage, but I'm not positive because I can't really make out the pictures on the coffins.
Yeah, it's cold. Very cold now. Very cold.
But there's one more left. If you keep an eye on the left of your screen, it's going to be coming from the stage there. This is the first time since October 7th that Hamas has handed over remains of hostages. They have handed over living hostages, but never handed over remains. This is the first time. Janet Parisi says they have to open each box to make sure there are remains inside. That is why there are screens. Are they opening each box? I haven't seen it. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure. Okay, here's the last coffin. The last coffin of the four is coming over right now. Here we go. This is the last one. 4 of 4. There it is. Pico Boo says, I would assume they would verify. Yeah, and I don't know what kind of agreement they worked out about that and everything, but now we can't hear. If you look at the other screen here, I mean, it looks like they're looking at the they just put it in. Oh, I think they put maybe they put a white thing over it or something. It looked like maybe they put a white sheet or something over the coffin and then put it in. Because when they put it in, there was white. Autumn says they are putting a white blanket type thing over it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that didn't take very long to get it in there, so, you know. All right, so Pico boosters, they cover it with a white sheet. So all four bodies have been handed over to the Red Cross. Now the Red Cross will take it somewhere and hand it. Well, do they go wherever the Israeli forces are? I don't know if the Israeli forces, they're going to be somewhere, maybe on the edge of Gaza, but somewhere in Gaza, I believe. And then I believe the Israeli forces will bring it. Oh, what is that? You can see in there. You can see inside one of the trucks. The Israeli forces will bring it out of. Oh, they're just putting the screens back there. They're putting the screens back in one of these trucks. One of the SUVs. So my guess is that the Israeli forces will bring the bodies out of Gaza after getting them transferred from the Red Cross. Shlomo thinks that they are verifying there are not explosives in the coffins before driving to the IDF. That's what Shlomo thinks. That I do not know. All right, so we have just seen that handover. Now we're going to see the Red Cross pull away, and then we'll wait for the bodies to come back into Israel. Wow. Three members of the Bibas family, Sheri Bibas and her children, Ariel and Kfir, and also Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was taken hostage. Their remains have been handed over to the Red Cross. Okay, it looks like the Red Cross is on the move. The Red Cross is on the move. Right now, you can see it. They are moving. With the Hamas truck in front there, with the Hamas fighters on it. See in the front the Hamas fighters on the truck leading the convoy out. See, the front is the Hamas truck. So, you can now see the convoy on the move. Shinnick saw a drone. One of the earlier handovers I saw a drone. Maybe it was there to take footage, I'm not sure. All right, so we're watching the convoy go away and drive, I assume. You can see the Hamas truck in the front there with the Hamas fighters on it. And the Hamas truck, the Ram truck, leading the convoy of the Red Cross vehicles with those four bodies in them, heading towards, I assume, a rendezvous with Israel. I think with Israeli forces, my guess is that the Israeli forces will take the bodies and then they will bring the bodies into Israel. There you go, more video right there of the convoy on the way. What a scene to see. People, children running along the sides of the cars. Wow. Really incredible video, the whole thing. Very somber as well, very somber video. But that was that handover. So now we wait until the next step is, I assume, footage of Israeli forces. Look at all the destruction there. Wow, of Israeli forces bringing the bodies into Israel. Look at all the destruction there on the AFP camera. Wow. That is the surrounding area there, just destruction. Look, we see the empty chairs here. You can see some empty chairs. There are the empty chairs there. Wow. Plenty Golden says, no words really to describe this. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye out for updates about the bodies being handed over to Israeli forces. We should get an update about that soon. I think the IDF posted something. The Israeli Defense Forces announces that, according to information communicated by the Red Cross, the 4 caskets of deceased hostages were transferred to them, which we saw, and they are being taken to IDF and ISA forces in the Gaza Strip. The ISA is the Israeli Security Agency, Shin Bet. So Israeli forces are in Gaza, and the Red Cross is taking those bodies to those forces now. Ooh, hold on a second. What's this? We see some Hamas fighters there, a lot of them, it looks like, leaving the area. Oh, now in the other shot, there's a car going through with somebody on the car. Oh, it's the same car both ways. Okay. There's a guy with a gun on top of the car. And all those Hamas fighters. An account I follow, True News on Telegram, which is an Israeli news account. They claim they think it'll take about 20 minutes for the bodies to get from the Red Cross to meet up with the Israeli forces. There you can see some Hamas fighters leaving the area right there. And some video being taken of them. A quick thank you to Ariel and Brian Bielman and For God and Country. Thank you, Brian, for the memberships. Thanks also Haunted Wind on Twitch as we watch these Hamas fighters leave the area. Let's see what I gotta do. Make this a little bigger. There's like a guy like doing a video there. See the guy? He's like making a video. I don't know if he's a journalist right here. He's talking to a camera with a microphone. Up, we have, what else is going on? It's raining there. It is raining. You can see it's raining. The empty chairs. We got some umbrellas up now. There's some people with umbrellas. And we're waiting for the bodies to get handed over to the Israeli forces. And I believe eventually we'll see these bodies show up back in Israel. One of our viewers, Beast Psycho, said that journalist was walking with one of the Hamas guys asking him questions. Again, we're waiting for the Red Cross vehicles to do the handover to the Israeli forces. All right, hang on a moment. That video froze. Let's go back to the other one.
الو مين؟ يا بدهم فكرت اسف فكرت حالي ران على رقم اختي. عليك. ايوه خلاص تمام. ماشي.
So at some point, not too far in the future, hopefully I'll have more video to show you. We should have video of the, there's going to be a convoy bringing the bodies into Israel, and we should have video of that. This is still Khan Yunis, where the bodies were handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross. So I'm just keeping my eye out for the new video. You are still looking there at Khan Yunis. I'm checking some Israeli media to see if we have any updates here. You know what's interesting? Aleph, who I follow, I don't know if any of you guys noticed this. I follow Aleph at no _ it's my turn on X, and Aleph claims, I don't know if did any of you see this? I did not notice this. Aleph says whether an intentional act of disrespect or a mistake, the pictures on the coffins labeled Ariel and Kfir Bibas are reversed. A picture of Kfir labeled Ariel and a picture of Ariel labeled Kfir. So I didn't notice that myself, but Aleph says that they had the names mixed up, that the name went with the wrong picture. I'd have to go back and look at the video. Darren Cox says, any confirmation of the identity of the... No. I mean, we'll have to wait for an official confirmation from the government. I'm guessing we'll get, in the coming days, some announcement from the government about that. But, we can't. There's no way I can confirm who the remains are of. But we'll see what they have to say, and if they say anything about how they believe the people were killed. I don't know how much they can tell. I don't even know what condition the remains are in and how much remains there are. Okay, here we have a new shot here. This is in Israel. This is Israelis with flags standing along a roadside near Kisufim Crossing. So this is near Israel, near Gaza border. So these are people in Israel waiting for the bodies to be driven by. This is a Reuters shot there. Near Kisufim Crossing. Oh, and I have a second shot of this. I have a second shot of this. There it is right there. This is in Kisufim, Israel, near the Gaza border. So they are there with their flags, waiting for the bodies to be driven into Israel. Thank you, by the way, to Darren Cox, to Captain Jenks. Thank you. And thank you to our moderators. Really appreciate it. This late hour. Havasu Mom is there. Ruth Krafasi. Really appreciate you being with us. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha on X. Over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Matthew Kohai is there. Thank you, Matthew. On Facebook, we've had Margaret Riley and Kayla Ribati. Susan Priest Buchner says it's so quiet there. You know, quieter than the last. I mean, we were just watching this big event with the handover in Gaza. Oh, why are the flags yellow? I think that might be something specific to the Bibas family. Let me look that up, but I think that might be a specific thing. Did I see that before somewhere? Or is that like a hostage thing? No, I think it's more of a flag for the hostages. So, yes. Like there's an article in Times of Israel today that talks about how Israeli flags with the yellow ribbon symbolize... Oh, the yellow ribbon symbolizes hostages. Well, Israeli flags emblazoned with yellow ribbon. They don't talk about yellow flags, but I wonder if yellow is just to symbolize the hostages. The Times of Israel talks about how in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv there are Israeli flags with the yellow ribbon set up, but these are just yellow flags, but I assume it's just the hostage symbol. Google AI says yellow flags and yellow ribbons are symbols of solidarity and a call for the release of hostages. And that yellow flags have been displayed in public spaces in Israel, on roadsides and on bridges. Protesters have waved yellow flags outside of Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence in Jerusalem. I've probably seen this before and just forgotten. I'm sorry. Let me show you a close-up here. There are some of the people waiting to see the bodies being driven back into Israel. There are about 75 hostages, I think 74. It's about 75 still in Gaza, about half of whom are believed to be alive. Hopefully soon I will have info about the handover to the Israeli forces. Oh, hold on a second. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report that Israel has the bodies. Hold on. Let's see. That Israeli forces have them? Hang on. That was unconfirmed, though. Any chance they've been handed over? I haven't seen. I just saw one very unconfirmed report. I'm guessing if it's true, I will see other reports quite soon. That's not confirmed. I follow a lot of different Israeli news sources, and I haven't really seen any others say it. So I will let you know when I see them start to say it. It's interesting. Our viewer said our viewer Eduardo Pulvers says Bibas family is also Argentinian. Today is a mourning day in Argentina. According to Wikipedia, the members of the Bibas family are Israeli Argentinian / Peruvian. Ynet says that the vehicles with the bodies have reached the IDF. That is according to Ynet, Israel. They are now reporting that I just saw on their X account, they are saying that the bodies have, hold on. They are claiming that the bodies have now reached the Israeli forces. Let's see if anybody else is reporting that. Oh, we have an Israeli police car, it looks like.
Yeah. Someone is moving to the other camera. Yes.
Yeah, I've seen a number of sources now claiming that the bodies have been transferred to Israel, Israeli forces. Oh, did the Israeli army say this? Why not? I didn't see the announcement from the Israeli army myself. Let's see. Okay, Security Political Cabinet, which is a Telegram account of Israeli journalists I follow, says the coffins of the 4 hostages reached the IDF within the buffer space in the Gaza Strip. In the coming minutes, the military ceremony will begin. So, reportedly, the Israeli forces are now in possession of those coffins. And will soon be bringing them into Israel. Khan News says it as well. Israeli forces now have the coffins. So I'm going to put soon. Israeli forces bring bodies of 4 hostages into Israel. I'm going to show what I have the footage of. So we're going to see the convoy go by here at some point. That's the next thing we're going to show. In case you missed it, we watched this ceremony in Gaza where the coffins were handed over. Of the four hostages included a mother and two children, the Bibas family, a famous family of hostages. They became famous, after they were taken hostage, and among the best known hostages. And there was a lot of hope in Israel that they would be alive, but appears they did not make it. The mother and the two children did not make it. The father has been released as a hostage. But the mother and two children, Sheri Bibas and her children, Ariel and Kfir Bibas, who were 4 years old and 9 months old when taken hostage. Those were three of the four bodies handed over, and the other body was Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was taken hostage. So we watched Hamas hand over those coffins to the Red Cross. If you missed it, you can rewind and watch it. Now we have multiple reports in Israel saying that the Israeli forces now have the bodies and they are bringing them into Israel. Also, according to, yes, Israeli media News, the Security Cabinet is now reporting that the Prime Minister's Office of Israel confirms that Israel received through the Red Cross the coffins of the four hostages. They are now traveling to Israel. They are headed to the National Center for Forensic Medicine of the Ministry of Health. At the end of the identification procedures, a formal notice will be issued for families. Okay? Terry Bryant says the poor families. Certainly condolences to the families of and those close to these four hostages. Oh, I have the statement from the Prime Minister's office. I can literally read it to you. The Israeli Prime Minister's office, I think it's the same thing I just read you. I have the actual statement. It says, Israel received through the Red Cross the coffins of the four hostages. The coffins were the containers were delivered to the IDF and I think it's the IAS force within the Gaza Strip. From there, they will go to the National Center for Forensic Medicine of the Ministry of Health. At the end of the identification procedure, a formal notice will be issued for families. The hostages' families have been updated, and at this time, our hearts are with them. The public is asked to honor the privacy of families and avoid distribution of unofficial and established rumors and information. We will add to the reliable information as required. That is from the Prime Minister's Office of Israel. Will there be, so the there are 2 remaining exchanges left in the first phase of the ceasefire. 6 living hostages are to be handed over to Israel on Saturday in exchange for, I think, hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And then next week, 4 deceased hostages, 4 dead bodies next week. And then after that, there's about 60 hostages left, about half of them believed to be alive, all male. For them to be released, that's going to be part of phase 2. Phase 2 of the negotiation is supposed to see a complete end to the fighting. I think it's a permanent end to the war, and complete pullout of Israel from Gaza. But there are things to be negotiated over. So, will negotiations get to a place where we can have a phase 2? Hey, wasn't that reporter? That reporter was on the ground. The guy with the jacket. We saw this reporter at the. Didn't we see him at the Hamas thing? Am I right? Isn't that the guy we saw at the Hamas handover? Someone in the chat will say it. Different guy. It's like this. It's a similar looking guy with a similar looking jacket. Marcus says he's from Al Jazeera. I don't know if it's him. And it looks similar to me. Some people are saying yes. I mean, if it's not him, it's very similar looking. I mean, it's not unrealistic. It's not, I don't think it's that far away. But I don't know. I don't know where this person is from. I'd have to rewind and see if I could recognize the guy. Maybe I can give you a time to rewind and see if I could. I'm going to rewind on my own broadcast and see. I'd have to find the guy. Kind of a narrow. Let's see. I'm kind of going through here. All right, I see the guy. Hold on, I'm looking. It's a similar jacket, but it's not the same. The other guy had a hood, and I think the other guy had a beard. Maybe I can show you this. Yeah, look. So, if I put it on the screen right now, you'll see. Oh, hold on. Let me. I think that you're looking at right there is Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Anyways, real quick, let me just throw this up on the screen for you. This is from earlier. There's the guy we saw at the Hamas handover. It's this guy right here. Hold on. And you can see he appears to have a beard and a hood on the back. And there's the cameraman. It's not shooting with the same kind of camera either. So, shooting with a phone or something. So it does appear to be a different person. I just wanted to clear that up. Now I'm going to have to change this thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this here. Well, they'll probably keep switching back and forth. That's Kisufim, Israel. That's Tel Aviv. You can see in Tel Aviv they have the Israeli flags with the yellow ribbons on them. Yes, that is Tel Aviv Hostage Square is the one with all those Israeli flags. What I'm going to do, I think, is take this one for the moment, just to do it, and put this in the corner. Oopsie. There. We'll get both shots at once for you. We're waiting to show you the hostages being brought back into the bodies being brought back into Israel. You know, I also want to mention, in case you missed it, the Hamas had the coffins on this stage with these political messages on the back of the stage. And in case you missed it, I'm just going to show you real quick what it looked like, a screenshot here from earlier. And you can see, oopsie, I didn't want to do that. You can see from earlier, see that right there? That's the stage with coffins on the stage. And you can see there's a picture of Netanyahu who looks like a vampire in the picture. And it says, the war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Israeli warplanes. And they have a picture of the four hostages. Those are, you can see two of them, the mother and the baby, Sheri Bibas and that is Kfir Bibas. If the Hamas guys weren't standing there, you'd see Oded Lifshitz and Ariel Bibas. But you can see that it's this picture that Hamas claims that they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. So that was the stage where the coffins were, and where they signed, where the Red Cross had to sign documents to receive the coffins. So in case you missed it. And then there was a picture on the right of the stage. There was this picture of a Hamas guy with his legs rooted into the ground, and I think it said something like, if I remember right, if you start the war again, your prisoners will come home in coffins. Oops, we now have both shots back, so I'm going to do this. Necksack says that's propaganda from terrorists. Well, that is Hamas's view. They have certainly made political events out of the recent hostage handovers. Aviv Lobel thinks their translation in Hebrew was wrong. Waiting to show you the convoy. Matthew says, I'm sure they will release how they died. I don't know if the Israeli government will make some kind of pronunciation on how they died. I don't know how much they can tell from those remains. I don't know what condition the remains are in. We'll see. Thanks to all of our YouTube members, by the way, people like Mama Yoli, Cheryl Smith, Per Holstrand, Anne Marie, just to name a few, Teresa T.J. Adams, Terry Bryant, Tommy Zinneman, Hot Pink, 9S Son, Tallulah Abel. Also, thank you, My Miracle Mama, who says sad and scary. Also, Eden's Vision. Eden's vision points out there was a rainbow in the sky there. Yes, we saw that in Khan Yunis. At one point it rained and then there was a rainbow.
Hope that they won't, I don't know if it could get out. I know.
Manny Fabian with Times of Israel reports that after the hostages were handed over to the IDF troops in Gaza, which has already happened, the bodies of the hostages, the military was going to conduct a short ceremony led by the IDF chief rabbi. Then the bodies were to be placed in new coffins draped in Israeli flags, and Manny said that the rabbi, IDF chief rabbi, would read Psalms and the mourner's Kiddush, the Jewish prayer for the dead. Then the hostages will be carried by Israeli troops into IDF vehicles and taken to Israel for identification. Actually, the mourner's Kiddush would not be not be read in the short ceremony. A Psalms chapter will be read. So I wouldn't be surprised if that ceremony is already over. But again, the military was going to have a short ceremony for the bodies, for the dead hostages, put them in new coffins draped in Israeli flags, and bring them in. Not Cuz says, remember the double rainbow we saw over Gaza about a year ago? I sort of remember it. Was that Gaza last year or 2 years ago? Or a year and a half ago? D Heavy Metal said, how would it be possible that the mother and children were killed by an Israeli strike, but the husband survived? So the husband was taken hostage at a different place than the mother and children were. Now, I don't know if they were kept together or not, but I do know that the husband was taken hostage at a different location than the mother and children were. We were reading an article that talked about that earlier. I believe, well, AP said her husband, Yarden Bibas, was taken separately. So I don't know, I'm not sure if that means the same location, but he was taken separately. They could have been taken from the same place, but taken separate places. Yeah, the Wikipedia says the father was abducted separately from his wife and children. Thank you to Darren Cox, who says it was a mother with infants who should have never been a hostage, and they still could have been released after being taken hostage. Darren says Hamas chose the path of evil. Remember, the fourth body is of a hostage who was 83 years old when he was taken hostage. Tatiana says, I read in an article that the husband was taken first and then they went back and kidnapped the family members after. Wikipedia says at some point during the attack, the father left the family's safe room, reportedly to distract the militants and attempt to save his wife and children. He was then captured separately from the rest of his family. Jameson, I don't know if there were older hostages than Oded Lifshitz. Oh, Shlomo Manzer. Perplexity says 86-year-old Shlomo Manzer was the oldest Israeli hostage. He was taken on October 7th and then he was killed the next day, says Perplexity AI.
So you're doing both?
And Times of Israel reported that as well. If you miss the actual handover of the coffins from Hamas to the Red Cross, you can rewind and check that out. Oh, there's a drone shot. Hey, we have a drone shot here. Look at this, guys. There is a drone shot. Wow. The president of Israel said in a statement about this handover of the hostages' bodies, according to AP, Isaac Herzog, "Our hearts, the hearts of an entire nation, lie in tatters. On behalf of the state of Israel, I bow my head and ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness for not protecting you on that terrible day. Forgiveness for not bringing you home safely." The military planned to hold a small funeral ceremony at the request of the families before transferring the bodies to a lab for formal identification using DNA, a process that could take up to 2 days, says AP. Only then will the families be given the final notification. AP says the Israeli channels did not broadcast the handover. AP says Hamas released today the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages, said to include a mother and her 2 children who have long been feared dead and had come to embody the nation's agony following the October 7th, 2023 attack. Jason Carlton says today's ceremony was unsettling. Reuters says the handover today will be followed by the return of 6 living hostages on Saturday in exchange for hundreds more Palestinians, expected to be women and minors detained by Israeli forces in Gaza during the war. Under the first phase of the ceasefire deal, Hamas agreed to release 33 hostages in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. So far, 19 Israeli hostages have been released, as well as 5 Thais, Thais, who were returned in an unscheduled handover. Negotiations for a second phase, expected to cover the return of around 60 remaining hostages, less than half of whom are believed to be alive, and a full withdrawal of Israeli troops from the Gaza Strip to allow an end to the war, are expected to begin in the coming days. The issue has also been clouded by U.S. President Trump's call for Palestinians to be resettled outside of Gaza, a move that critics say would amount to a war crime and ethnic cleansing. And Trump wants the enclave to be developed as a waterfront property under U.S. control. We are waiting to see the convoy drive by and the hostages, showing the hostages in Israel. Thank you, Christina, who says, hoping the ceasefire is indefinite. I think she means that it lasts. No more dead children. Sailor Spirit says, extremely sad all the way around. A reporter with Khan News Israel, Suleiman Masuda, he is with Khan News. Anchor of Zaman Emet real-time investigative TV program Khan News. He claims that Hamas gave the coffins to Israel locked with keys that didn't actually open them, according to 2 Israeli sources involved in the process. I don't know if that's true. But that is what one reporter said in the Israeli media. I don't know. The hostages, they're going to be brought to this laboratory today. I don't know how much I'll show. And I don't, there very well might be events going on to commemorate them in Israel today. I don't know how much longer I'll be on the air after I show the convoy come in, because it's about almost 4 a.m. here. So, but I am going to show you the convoy bringing them in. Jason Carlton says he had to leave during the Hamas BS and coffin exchange. Sickened me. Oh, we have the drone. The drone shot. I think we're going to see the drone make a shot again. Hang on. I think we'll get a drone shot again soon. Let's see. Maybe they'll use the drone to get an advanced shot of the convoy. I'm hearing a drone, but I'm not seeing the shot yet. There's the drone shot right there, live. Now, Al Jazeera reports they believe 69 hostages are held in the Gaza Strip now, 36 of whom are dead. I don't know if that's the exact number, but that's a general idea. The yellow flag represents the hostages. Ariel says the video you show is at the Raim Junction on Road 232. The place and road where the massacre took place on October 7th. Oh, so Ariel is claiming that this road is near where the Raim festival was being held. Is that true? That's the music festival where a lot of people got killed on October 7th? The Nova Music Festival was held in Eshkol Regional Council. Hang on. Which is how far from Kisufim? Kisufim, where this is, according to my map, Kisufim is like 4 miles from the Raim festival, from Raim. Only a few miles from Raim. But again, this is according to AFP, this is Kisufim. Northwoods Hiker says Nova was near Bieri. And then one of our viewers pointed out that Kisufim in a straight line is about 5 miles from Khan Yunis where the handover happened. But the thing is, I don't know, I don't think it's a straight shot. They had to drive somewhere in Gaza where the soldiers are from Israel. Then they hand over the coffins to the Israeli soldiers, which already happened. Then there's like a short ceremony that the Israeli forces are having for the bodies. Then the Israeli forces got to bring them here. Thank you to Ariel for writing it. Murph says, does Israel still have Sinwar's body? Yes, Israel does still have the body of Yahya Sinwar, leader in Gaza, leader of Hamas in Gaza. Patrick Morrissey had asked how long would it take to get to Israel. I don't know exactly. I assume sometime soon. I mean, it's not that far away, obviously. It's right next door. But I don't know. You know, there was that one report that claimed that the coffins had been locked and the keys didn't work. So I don't know that that's true. If it is, I don't know how long that would really delay things for. But I'll let you know if I hear anything. Our viewer, Nicer Raider, had written in before saying, I think the screens were put up near the cars during the handover so that the boxes could be opened to verify there were bodies inside. I'm not sure if that verification was done. It's an interesting point. Yes, Sinwar is the one, Jack Ball, who is sitting in a chair in a burnt out, in a blown out building and was attacked by a drone. Ronnie Green Shaulov says this is the Gamma Junction on Route 232. Wikipedia says this road, Route 232, played a role in the 2023 Hamas-led attack on Israel. The road provides access to some of the worst affected communities, with Palestinian gunmen ambushing civilian vehicles fleeing along this route. Dozens of partygoers to the Nova Festival, which was next to Route 232, ran to bomb shelters along this road, particularly at Reim and Be'eri, only to have grenades thrown inside to massacre them. That's according to Wikipedia. Our viewer Ariel was saying something similar. As Linda Gordon pointed out, 10 doctors were on standby to help do the identification. We read that to expedite the identification process. That's according to Khan News via AFP.
Creo que sí. Information. Yeah. Excuse me.
This is the first time Hamas ever handed over remains. What's this? The Washington Post says, unlike previous hostage exchanges, on Thursday the large screens at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv did not broadcast live feeds of the release. A second gathering at Hostages Square is planned in the evening once the exchange is complete and the process of forensic identification has begun. The Israeli Prime Minister said this would be a very difficult day for Israel. Israel has not confirmed the deaths of Sheri, Ariel, and Kfir Bibas yet, saying it will only confirm identities of the deceased after forensic investigation. Hamas alleges the mother and her children were killed by an Israeli airstrike but did not provide any evidence. The Washington Post says Hamas has offered to free all of the remaining hostages from Gaza at once in return for a permanent truce and a full withdrawal of Israeli troops. The proposal is likely to be a non-starter for Israel, which has demanded that Hamas disarm and leave Gaza. Miss Jamie said Argentina's president called for a day of mourning. Yeah, the family is, the Bibas family was Israeli, Argentinian / Peruvian. Yeah, the Jerusalem Post had reported that the Argentinian President Milei declared a national day of mourning for the Bibas sons because they had dual citizenship, Argentinian Israeli, through their father, Yarden Bibas, who was recently released. And then, hold on a second here. So, one of our viewers said Sheri was from Argentina. I have to look it up. Sheri's father was originally from Argentina, says Wikipedia. Hold on a second. Mike J. said the father is Israeli and married her. So maybe the article meant they had dual Israeli, Argentinian citizenship. The Israeli part was from the father. I don't know. I have to. Israel Hayom says Sheri was born in Israel to her father who immigrated from Argentina. I believe it's taking longer to do this maybe than when they have, but I might be wrong about that. It took a little while to get the living hostages out too, once they were handed over. Again, Israelis a reporter for Israel's Khan News reports that Hamas handed over the bodies in locked coffins with keys that did not work. I don't know if that's true.
שם? בגלל המכוניות. לא, אבל כשאני עושה משם, אני עושה פן לצומת, חשבתי על זה, שם יותר נקי. כן. אבל בסדר, זה הלייב קשרה, זה הבאה. רגע, אני משנה רגע פריים, שנייה.
Oh, I think I found where they are. I found on a map where this intersection is. Gamma Junction. So if we do this, oops, you can't see it. You'll see it in a second. Hold on, I'll get that for you. Give me a moment. So it's right here, Gamma Junction. Can we do a street view there or not? No. Well, let's see. Here you go. We can't even really get the satellite shot. But according to Google Maps, this is about 2 miles from the Gaza border, 3 miles from the Gaza border. And Khan Yunis is where the hostages were handed over, right here. Old cat lady says this isn't over yet. I am looking for some word on them bringing the hostages into Israel, where obviously they are not yet. As I said I was going to show you that. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. This is prayers for the hostages. I wonder if the military, when they receive these coffins, has to do a search of. Some of our viewers are saying that Israel would want to be sure that there's no explosives in them or something like that. So I wonder if it takes them a while to process them. We read that they were going to switch them into different coffins. So maybe that process takes longer than we might have anticipated. Because we read that they were going to change the coffins and have it be Israeli coffins with an Israeli flag. But maybe there's I don't know how long that whole process takes. These people have been standing there for a while. Ela Davis thinks they'll do a forensic check on the coffins. Real Sportsman says they'll want to check if there's tracking devices. The J. Mars says it's possible they were killed as a result of an Israeli strike, the Bibas family members. But it doesn't matter to me. Hamas is responsible for starting this current mess. Jason in Michigan says, I'm sure Israel scans the bodies. The current temperature in Kisufim is 61 degrees Fahrenheit. It's windy there too. Celsius 16 degrees. The sustained wind is 16 miles an hour. So it is windy, it is rainy. It's not that warm. Hey guys, I have an update from Security Political Cabinet Telegram account, Israeli journalists. They say that the IDF says the 4 coffins were delivered to the IDF. The coffins have been mirroring for security purposes. I guess does that mean they're searching them or something? Then the force checked that they all could be opened. So there's no delay at the Institute for Forensic Medicine. All of them can be opened. So I guess they've been doing security checks on the coffins, also making sure they could open them. Yes, they can be opened. That's according to News the Security Cabinet. Oh, also, yeah, I'm seeing this from an IDF report from the IDF. The IDF has not officially released a statement, though. Yeah, I'm seeing this statement from the IDF report at different places. Amir Bobat, Israeli reporter, also said the reception status has not yet begun. I'm not sure what that means.
Now she's the MCR. Now like
Still looking for more updates here. Yeah, Manny Fabian. Here's an update from Manny Fabian with Times of Israel. Manny writes, the IDF says the 4 caskets handed over to them by the Red Cross, apparently containing the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages, underwent a screening for security purposes. Israeli troops also checked that the locks on the caskets can be opened, so there will be no further delays at the Forensic Institute when the bodies are brought for identification. The IDF says all of the coffins can be opened, and a military ceremony in honor of the slain hostages has not yet begun. In a short while, the ceremony, supposed to be a short ceremony, should start, led by the IDF's chief rabbi. The rabbi will be reading Psalm 83 as the bodies of the 4 hostages are draped in Israeli flags. IDF troops will be saluting, and the coffins will be carried into military vehicles to be brought to Israel for identification. Footage from the ceremony may be released later should the families of the hostages approve so. Okay, you know what I think I'm going to do? Given that we just got that news that the ceremony, that the military is going to have some sort of ceremony in private for these hostages before driving them in, guys, it's 4:18 a.m. here, and my concern is I'm not sure how long it's going to take for them to drive in, and I think given that there might be news tomorrow I want to cover, I think maybe I was hoping to show you the shot of them being driven in, but I think it might be time for me to wrap up this stream. They're going to be taking them to this forensic institute where they have to identify the bodies. So they're not even formally saying it's them yet, right? So I don't think it's going to be like an hours-long procession in Israel. So, I have to kind of balance these things. Keep the stream up. I, in theory, could keep it up for a little while. If people want to watch just the video before I go to sleep. But I don't know. I mean, I think maybe, again, my point is I'm not expecting so much so much video that, like I'll say, makes a lot of news. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I could keep it up for a little bit. Maybe I'll keep it up for a little bit. But I don't want the moderators to worry about it. I mean, they don't really have to worry about it, but you know, it could happen in 15 minutes. I don't know. But I think I got to start getting ready to go to sleep. Maybe what I'll do is kind of start wrapping it up now, and maybe I'll leave it up for a few minutes before I end it, just in case something happens very soon. But again, I was hoping to show you them. Oh, I'm seeing some movement of some. Well, not really, but I don't. I mean, it could be an hour from now. I just have no information. I got to that latest update saying they hadn't begun the ceremony yet. You know. Ite Blumenthal says the IDF broke the locks off of the coffins so there would not be a delay at the Forensic Institute. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start wrapping things up now, and maybe I'll keep it up for just a few minutes just in case anything happens. But I still have to keep an eye on it, you know. By the way, if you didn't see it, you know, we came on the air to show the handover, and we showed the handover. That was a whole ceremony and everything that we were covering earlier. So you can rewind and watch the whole handover ceremony, which we covered in Gaza with live video. So I was just kind of sticking around after that to see if I could show you the coffins being driven in to Israel, but it has taken a while. So let me start wrapping things up here. Maybe I'll keep it up for a little while. But I really appreciate you joining the stream. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here at Agenda Free TV. So if you want to see this kind of coverage, subscribe and follow to the channel Agenda Free TV. And make sure you turn on the notifications, because I never know when big news is going to happen. We have free notifications. They work awesome. You sign up once, you get set the notification whenever we're going live. We do it through Discord. Sign up for those notifications so you get notified when we're going live. The mods will post the link in the chat to the notifications, and our moderators can post that link. The mods will post the link to the chat, and you can find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. So sign up for the notifications. And I do appreciate everybody being here for the stream, and also sharing your comments and letting me read them on the air, and your questions as well. So I'm keeping an eye on this while I start wrapping things up, but maybe we'll see the convoy drive through. But if you didn't see it and you want to see it, there was some really striking video earlier that we were showing you from Gaza, and you can rewind and watch all of that. As I said before, certainly condolences to the families of the hostages, assuming that when they identify them, it turns out it's the 4 people that it is assumed to be. Let's see, what else did I want to mention? Oh, a big thank you to our moderators who have been here late tonight. A lot of people talking in the chat, and we couldn't have our chats without our moderators, keeping things respectful and civil in there. So big thanks to our moderators being here for this late night news coverage. Janet B., Sabrina, Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Big thank you. Linda Bell, Glarian X, and Michon X. On Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3, LB Prairie Dawn, Surly Dev. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Big thanks to our moderators, Paul Anderson. And thanks also so much to everybody who supported the channel. I really appreciate it because that is what allows the channel to be on the air. I will also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner, where I post breaking news stuff when I'm not on the air, and sometimes when I'm on the air. So I'll throw a link to that in the chat, my X account, @Lookner. Follow me there for breaking news. Also, we have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. It's free. Our Discord chat, a lot of our viewers like doing that. Check that out. It's the same link as the notifications link. So sign up for the if you go to the link to sign up for the notifications, you might as well check out the chat, or just check out the chat anyway. Manny Fabian for Times of Israel reports that a military ceremony in the Gaza Strip, led by the IDF chief rabbi, honoring the 4 slain Israeli hostages, has begun. He might be there for all I know. Manny Fabian. He says the rabbi will be reading Psalm 83 as IDF troops salute. The coffins of the 4 hostages are draped in Israeli flags and will be carried by officers into military vehicles to be brought to Israel for identification. Footage of the ceremony may be released later should the families of the hostages approve so. So, I mean, that could be soon. It could take a little while. But they're going to have these coffins and vehicles and bring them into Israel and bring them to the forensic hospital for identification. Forensic Institute for Identification. Let's see here. I do want to thank our subscribers over there on Twitch, like Matthew Kohai 3. And Mark Me and Holistic. Appreciate you subscribing on Twitch. Haunted Wind, Barbarossa, and all of our other subscribers there. Renton, Shaggy, and Wall Street. Also our Facebook subscribers like Robert Real II, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Also thanks to Bud Green for moderating. And Marjorie Jones, thank you for subscribing, Marjorie. And Missy Karadi, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. And also our YouTube members like Susie Irish, Aaron Hardy, Marissa Pugliese, UV Lightning, Per Holstrand, Surrender Monkey. Thanks for being members. Marissa Pugliese, I said that. Teresa, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Blaine Walter. Denise Horton, Dr. McRib, Carol O'Neill, TJ Adams, and all of our other members over there. So, should I leave the video up for a few minutes while I take a break? Because I'm going to wrap this up soon, but while I'm kind of getting prepared to go to bed, I can leave this up there as we wait. And then if in the next few minutes something happens, I can come back in. Maybe I'll do that. So I'm going to put something on the screen. I'm going to say, first of all, I'm going to take my headphones off. It's going to pause for a second because I took my headphones off. Give it a second. Give it a second. All right. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'll turn the volume up a little bit. And I'm going to put on the screen this. I'll fix it. Don't worry. No. Steve is taking a break. We are... Thank you, TJ, for the suggestion. Steve is taking a break. We are awaiting... oh, oops, I misspelled it. There's a typo. Awaiting Israeli convoy. So while I'm getting ready to go to bed, I will leave this up here, and I'll keep an eye on it. Wow, it's really windy there. All right, so I'm going to disappear, and if in the next few minutes something happens, I will come back. If the mods can't stick around, that's fine. I understand. But I appreciate the moderators being here. So I'll keep an eye on it, but who knows? Maybe in the next few minutes it'll come by and I'll get to see it with you. All right, so instead of wrapping it up right now, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll come back in a little bit either way. All right? So I'll stick my head in it a little bit. Okay, so we'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to leave this video up, and we'll go from there. Maybe I'll put both videos up. You know what I could do? I could put... I think we have two different angles of the same thing. So if I do this, I'll take this one. It's the same thing, but two different angles. Do this. Okay, how about that? So you can see both things.
יש לי פה איזה פוש שהקליבו
Hope that works. See both of them. All right, I'll taking a little break, and I'll keep an eye on it while I'm getting ready to go to sleep, and I'll leave it with you guys, and I'll stick my head back in. So we'll see you in a little bit.
זה יהיה השיא. Yeah. צלם. מה זה הם? דוצי עוד זה? לא.
Is this the convoy coming up? What's going on? What is happening here?
No, no.
I mean, there would be 4 coffins. So, are they in that second thing? Are they in there? It doesn't look like they're in there, does it? Something's going on. Escort?
חבר'ה,
Give me 1 second. I'm hearing 2 of myself. Hold on. There's a drone shot too. Give me 1 second. All right, so there's the drone shot there. What I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to make this bigger, and then I'm just going to switch back and forth between them. Oopsie. Give me a second.
אלי.
Hold on. I'm going back and forth. I'd like to put my headphones on again. I'm going to try putting on my headphones again, see if this works. Might pause for a second here. Let's see if this works. It's going to work. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay, so we're waiting for the convoy with the 4 coffins. Ariel says the convoy is coming to the junction. This is the Israeli military convoy taking the coffins with the 4 hostage bodies into Israel. The 3 members of the Bibas family, the mother Sheri and the children Ariel and Kfir, and also Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was taken hostage. They were returned earlier. We saw them returned by Gaza to the Red Cross earlier, by Hamas in Gaza. And we've been waiting to see the convoy. We have a drone shot. They're going to be taken to a forensic institute in Israel for identification, formal identification. I assume we'll see it on the wide shot first, on the drone shot first. Thank you, Denise Horton, who says, I pray for you, my heart hurts for you. Also, our member Surrender Monkey, thank you. And thanks to all of our moderators who are still here at 5 in the morning Eastern Time. Janet B is here. Thank you, Janet. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. K. Larry Body.
לא תיקח קצת
Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley,
טיפה, טיפה, ממש...
Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Surly Dev on Twitch. Oh, here it is. Here comes the convoy right now. Here it is. Here comes the convoy. Wow. This is the convoy. You are looking at it live right now. Wow. The drone video kind of pauses a little bit. All right, I'm going to show you the close-up soon. We got the drone in the close-up. Look at this. Wow. Here it is. Here's a different angle. There they are. Somewhere in those cars.
Hold on, Danny. Hold on. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. Hold on. Now. Now.
That is the Israeli military convoy bringing those remains to a forensic institute in Israel. Those remains are now in Israel. That drone shot. All those yellow flags representing hostages on the road there. Yellow flag and Israeli flag. Jake Riff points out, I mean, it's such a short distance between here and Gaza, but Gaza is just like destroyed, and here you have this, you know, nice road and lots of greenery and everything, and it's just a few miles away from Gaza. It's like a whole other world. Yeah, there are about 70 hostages remaining. A little less than half are believed to be alive. The yellow flags are to honor the hostages, commemorate the hostages. All right. So we saw the convoy. All right, we saw the convoy. They're being brought to a forensic institute now, but there may at some point be video from the forensic institute. Let me just see. I'll look up where that is. If it's close by, we might get that video shortly, but let me look up where it is, the Forensic Institute. I found that, I think, directions. Oh, so the Forensic Institute, I think, might be well north. Because if I have it right, the Forensic Institute is in Tel Aviv. Now, Tel Aviv is significantly north of Kisufim. Tel Aviv is about an hour and a half drive from Kisufim. So if I'm right about where the National Center, if they're going to the National Center of Forensic Medicine, the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute is in Tel Aviv. So that's, I just looked it up on Google Maps, and it's a ways away. Look, I just looked it up here. You can see. It says it's about 95 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 60 miles or so. So I don't think I'm going to wait for the convoy to get all the way up there. Okay. That's my thought on the matter. All right. Well, guys, look. I just stayed on the air longer. I kind of did the whole sign-off thing before, but I wanted to keep the stream up just in case the convoy came by, and we did get to see the convoy. If you missed it, we showed the live video of the handover of the remains from Hamas to the Red Cross in Gaza, which was quite a striking event and a somber event. So you can go back and watch that if you'd like. But I think I'm going to wrap up the stream for real right now, but I'm glad that we were able to show you that as well. So I'm not going to do very, very short wrap-up because we already did the big wrap-up before. Again, I really appreciate you watching the broadcast and your comments in the chat and sending me links and comments as well. And also, again, thanks so much to our moderators for being here. Janet B., Linda Belglary, and Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, all of our other moderators too. That right there is in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. I believe they have a bunch of people holding up Israeli flags with a yellow ribbon on the flag. Thank you to over there to Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. So subscribe and follow. I will post updates on my X account, at Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for breaking news updates. And again, I did the whole wrap-up thing just a short while ago. But thanks again to our subscribers on Twitch, Daddy Dino, Matthew Kohai 3, JRG770, Mark Hisme, our other subscribers there. Oh, by the way, Bjorn, our viewer, said, I'm following a live camera from one of the cars in the convoy, which is being shown live on an Israeli news channel. Maybe there's a press car in the press car, or one or more press cars in there. I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Bjorn Soreng, for mentioning that. I appreciate it, Bjorn. Thank you. And thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook, Eve Richards, Robert Rial II, the other ones I thanked earlier, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, and our YouTube members like JB Peter, Chung Peter, Ali C, Marissa Pugliese, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Kenneth Colton, AJ Krause, Austin Batman, Teresa Kinsley, Barb Mack, Northworth Hiker, TJ Adams, Joshua, Per Holstrand, and all of our other, Gringo, all of our other YouTube members too. JB. Thank you, Fragaria Vesca, for watching. All right, so we're going to wrap up this stream now. It is late here, 5:08 a.m., but we have been bringing you live coverage. Sturmwolf DK says the babies are finally home. Yeah, condolences to the families of these hostages and those close to them. Comeback Head says this is a sad story. Yeah, so we'll see. Bjorn says it's on Israel News Channel 11. So we'll see. You know, we have a hostage release, 6 live hostages scheduled to be released Saturday, 4 deceased hostages next week, and that's the end of phase 1 of the ceasefire. We'll see if they can continue negotiations and get into phase 2 of the ceasefire and have more hostages be released. But around 70 hostages still left in Gaza, around half of them believed to be alive. Okay, so that is it for now. Thank you, Blaine Walter, for watching, and all of our other viewers, 1W, and Dinesh Kumar, and all of our other viewers. So that is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of of the handover of 4 hostage bodies, including the 3 Bibas family members from Hamas to Israel. That is it for now. Thank you very much for being here. And again, thank you so much for our mods for being here late. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.